Sports Garage down there. All the coolest man and women cave items, clocks, neons. They even have arcade games. Go and talk to them. One day I'm going to get a stand-up Pac-Man game. Long as it has Galaga in 1942. Nova in the Lordco lane going against a Rob Monroe. 69 Acadian, 385, small block Chev, dialed in at a 1075. Lordco lane, a 1031, so very similar dial-ins here. Who will advance to the next round in Hot Rod? Hot Rod sponsored by Old Car Center. Brad Powell in the Lordco lane. Oh, a huge launch and coming out of the groove toward the wall, but he keeps his foot into it squarely into the other way. Wow, he really wanted it, but he just couldn't handle that car. 10-9-8 for Rob Monroe. Crazy ride for Mr. Powell. Randy Hermson, 1958 Olds called the Magnet, going against Dennis Winton in Shaggy. Dennis, his dial-in is 11.56. Randy, a 13.34. Dennis will be waiting a moment before he can take off and try to overtake Randy. Hot Rod eliminations. Nine hundredths of a red light for Dennis Winton. Also off his dial, broke out by only 8/10,000ths. So Randy heading off into the next round. And here we have Bill Helicki from Langley in the Ford, sponsored by Ron's Engine Machine Shop, going against Glenn Fillingham from Coquitlam. 68 AMX with a 390. Could come down to reaction time here, folks. Yes, Glenn Fillingham taking it with a 0.01 reaction time versus a 0.11. All about reaction times here today as we are learning. Jim Benke, Towerside, 67. Plymouth Cuda with a 440 Mopar engine. Dialed in at a 10.06. Steve Legg, that's my neighbor. 13.61 the dial-in. Gonna have to go down there and meet that guy. He just lives down the road. Super combo to the lanes, please. Super combo. Can we get you to the lanes, please? Jim Benke taking this round, 10-20, 110 miles an hour. And Pro, you are on standby. Pro, you are on standby. Mark Bresinger from Richmond, 1967 Nova, called At a Time, dialed in at 954, going against Steve Wilson from Delta. 1963 Chevy 2, dialed in at 1130. $58,000 red for Steve Wilson. Mark moving on into the next round, 9.50, 139 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter, Tower Side, 1964 Ford Falcon. It's Falcon fast going against that Cassidy Langley in the Mustang. Let's see if Dustin can catch up to Cassidy. And he does it. Wow, a 9.13, 147 miles an hour. Dustin moving on into the next round of eliminations for Hot Rod. Couple more hot rods. Hot rods sponsored by Old Car Center. Thank you so much, Old Car Center, for sponsoring our hot rod class. If you'd like to sponsor any of our classes, please contact us on our website, www.missionracewaypark.com. We'd love to have you on board. Moving on with our hot rod class. Can we get number 613, N613 from Sportsman, Mr. Fawcett, N613, we need you to the tower, please. Gary Fawcett, please make your way up to the tower. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Pro to the lanes, please? Pro. Ooh, a lot of smoke coming out of the vehicle on the Lordco side. And problems for Rob Monroe Sr. 11.57 for the vehicle with the smoke. Rob, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, B&N Hot Rods, Gibson Racing and Transmissions, and SD Performance. Lights are flashing red. Track officials going to go check out the situation. Hopefully not too much damage. That was a lot of smoke. Just a reminder, folks, if you need to get your photo taken, we have someone waiting for you at the winner's circle to take your photo. So if you were a winner yesterday, or if you're a winner today, we want to take your photo. So please make your way over to the winner's circle so we can get her done. Word to the tower is the track is all dry, so that's great news. Hopefully he can get his car figured out so it doesn't smoke. Hopefully it's not a larger issue. Sylvia Hoogstens in the Tower Lane 1966 Ford Mustang, dialed in at a 12.75. Going against Barry Patterson from Mission, racing his 65 Dodge. He's packing a 498, dialed in at a 982. Just letting our safety safari get back into place. Big thanks to our track officials and our safety crew, making everything safe. It's all about the safety, folks. We just want to see you race. We want it all done safely. So thank you to our safety safari. Sylvia Towerside, Barry in the Lordco lane. Who will advance to the next round of eliminations in Hot Rod? $38,000 red for Barry Patterson. Sylvia Hoogstens moving on. 12.68, 106 for Sylvia. Mustang on the Tower side, going against John Sayer, 1968 Dodge Dart. Super close racing action here, going to John Sayer. The Tower side breaking out 36/10,000ths of a second. Close, close, close. John Sayer moving on. Rob Hodgson, 1967 Plymouth, dialed in at 10.85. Competition single right here in Hot Rod. Comp single here. Jerry Brabander from Cloverdale, 1962 Chevy 2. The 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion Champion. .56, 124 miles an hour. All right, a great day of racing so far.
Okay, you can send super combo now.
Moving into Super Combo, sponsored by Lordco. Now, I do think these super combos are pretty cool. Some people don't, but I do. Martin Jackman, the 79 Pontiac. This car is for sale on the tower side. If you're interested in getting into Super Combo, go and talk to Martin. That car is for sale. Going against the Corvette in the Lordco lane. They do have those throttle stops. And then they kick in, going for the 1090 dial. And it is the Lordco lane, the Corvette moving on at 10.90. 134 miles an hour for the Corvette. Just 5 thousandths off his dial at 1090. Warren Jacobson, tower side, going against Dan Parsons. Dan running the 70 Duster. Warren in the 67 Chevy 2. Both dialed in 1090 for the Super Combo class, sponsored by Lordco. First round of eliminations. Warren taking it with a 007 reaction time at 10.89, 133 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round. Mark Downing, 78 Malibu in the tower side. He's from Maple Ridge, sponsored by BDL Automotive, going against Al Quigley from Aldergrove. Racing that 1998 Ford. Dial in, of course, 1090. And as we've been seeing, it's all about reaction time. Wow, Al taking it. You know, when he took off, he was slower, quite a bit slower until that thing kicked in. A 10.98 for Al, moving on into the next round. Ron McKenzie from Ferndale, Washington, 1974 Vega, running a 350 tower side, going against Herman Chan from Vancouver, 1967 Camaro, sponsored by Lordco. Ron McKenzie from Ferndale, Washington, moving on into the next round at 10.96 versus the 10.87 by Mr. Chan. Dean Peterson from Courtney, 2008 Ford, part of the Peterson's family racing team on the tower side, going against Martin Rochelle from Surrey, 1978 Malibu. All right, 990 is the dial-in for Dean Peterson here. I guess they're not all 1090. I'm learning as I'm going. Such a cool looking green vehicle there owned by Dean. And Dean's taking it this time at 9.94, 158 miles an hour. A .017 reaction time. 400ths off his dial. Steve Lowe from Langley, 1968 Camaro. Going against Stefan Veach from Courtney, 1972 Plymouth. Both dialed in at 1090. Don't forget, if you were a winner yesterday, be sure to go down to the winner's circle and get your photo taken. We have someone there taking your photo if you were a winner yesterday. Steve Lowe moving on at 10.92. Steven breaking out a 0.043 off his dial red. Next up, it is Jerry Epp from Abbotsford, 1966 Ford. He's the Las Vegas Nationals winner and a Division 6 winner. Going against Brad Vingy, 1968 Camaro from Langley, sponsored by B&C Racing. 28 10,000ths of a red for Jerry Epp. Brad moving on to the next round of eliminations with a 12.21 and only 90 miles an hour. He saw his green light. Brian Nowen, we would like you at the bottom of the tower, please. Brian Nowen, we'd like to have you at the bottom of the tower, please. Big thanks to our sponsors, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Rad Torque Systems, Mountain View Harley Davidson, and Mountain View Motorsports, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. So thank you so much. Also to the Canada West Doorslammers Association, 2003 sponsors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, a huge sponsor. Total Dairy Solutions, Green Light Auto Sales and Financing. That's a VP Race Fuel Distributor, Mr. Jason Field from Mission. Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors supporting motorsports and keeping it going, because it is pretty darn cool around here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All sorts of action going down on the strip, behind the strip, and at the end of the strip, we have something for everybody. Now, if you were a winner yesterday and you haven't had your picture taken in the winner's circle, we have someone there for you now. Would you like to get your photo taken? Nolan is there waiting for you. Checks are going out in the mail, and trophy pickup is at the end of the day, just so everybody knows. If you haven't been to the concession stand, they're waiting for you with their delicious food. Be sure to check it out and get something yummy. I know I will be heading over there. I think I'm going to be going for the chicken strips because it's a big favorite. I've heard all about it, and I like chicken strips. That's what I'll be getting for dinner later on. Well, who am I kidding? Actually, breakfast. But check out the concession stand. Clara is there waiting for you along with all her staff. The Pro Shop, t-shirts, hats, candies, ice cream, freezies, Matchbox cars, much, much more. I got a brand new NHRA drag racing shirt today. You know, I figure it must be like an official uniform. So I figure I'd better join the party. Everybody else has them. So now Chrissy has one too. Yay! Pro Shop, tons of cool t-shirts, lots of NHRA wear. Of course, also the Badass Garage right around that area. All the coolest man and women cave items, clocks and neon signs. Go check them out. There's just too much to list over there. I'd like to say hi to all of our spectators. It's getting a little bit warmer, isn't it, out there? Not as warm as yesterday, though. Holy man. And I'm so glad the weather is cooperating so we can finally have our Summit ET Series race, because we've had bad luck with this. Yesterday went great. It was a long day of racing. I think I left here at 9:15 p.m. But today it seems to be running pretty smoothly. The NHRA Summit ET Series race number 5 we are currently running. This Friday, the Mopac Street Legals, a chance for you to come race with us. Bring your car, tell your friends to bring their car, and maybe we can see some grudge race action. So much fun, and it's only $50. You end up doing a ton of passes. I know when I was involved with mud racing, you'd have to pay like $150 and you get 2 a day. I mean, here you're party rocking pretty much. Pass after pass, having fun, street legals, that's what it's all about. And of course, Sunday, May the 28th, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race. Drag boats, folks. I'm kind of excited about it. Hopefully the river cooperates and they have a big turnout. Lots of boats. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association. You can join them on Facebook. While you're on Facebook, be sure to add yourself to the Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. The Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. They give away cash a lot. If you want to get in on it, just like their page and get into the action. Titanium Auto Group, a huge part of Mission Raceway. This, in fact, is the Titanium Strip. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, just about everything. They are amazing. Not sure what we would do without them. Hi to our live stream viewers. We know we're going to move that camera so you can see the tree. That is definitely on the list of to-dos around here. Moving into motorcycles. Motorcycles sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson Motorcycles and Mountain View Motorsports. Daryl Storzak Towerside 84 Suzuki. Daryl sponsored by Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water and air leak and wind noise repair, going against Al in the 07 Kawasaki. He is a track champion, dialed in at a 922. Daryl an 850. Our first 2 motorcycles. Sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson. Going red, 15 thousandths of a second. Daryl moving on. Tom Turand in the Kraken, part of Daytona Racing. Big part of the motorcycle class. Great guy. All right, since there's only 3 in bike, this is a bye into the final for Tom Turand. His dial-in is an 871. Tom, an 869, 158 miles an hour. Wow. 158 miles an hour on a motorcycle. Imagine that. That takes some kahunas. I don't have them. Tom does. So we'll be looking at our final in the next round in motorcycles. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, Doorslammers. Can you make your way to the lanes 1 through 4, please? Doorslammers to the lanes 1 through 4.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, they want you in 5 and 6. Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6, please. Just a note for the winner's circle. We have someone able to take your picture if you won yesterday. Make your way on over to the winner's circle so we can take your photo and brag all about you. Back into our pro class. We started off with 45 cars in this class, a huge amount of cars. Ray Bollinger, Tower Side, 1963 Pontiac. Sponsored by A&A Custom Brokers and Just Mechanical. Going against Ralph Ehlers, Mr. Prez, 1991 Ford Mustang in the LS Stang. Ralph's dial-in a 1068 versus Ray's a 1052. Really close racing action here in the pro, and it is the Prez. Ralph Ehlers moving forward, a 10.73, 121, and Ray broke out 29 thousandths off the dial. John Barrichello, Tower Side, sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine Shop, racing that 67 Dodge, going against Nick Rebello from Maple Ridge in the 78 Regal, sponsored by NFG Welding. Similar dial-ins here, an 11 flat for Nick, 11.33 for John. And Nick way up and pulling to the right in that pass, but he keeps his foot into it. But no, he cannot take it this time. John moving forward, 11.34, 115 miles an hour. What a wild ride for Nick Rebello. Justin Hunter, Tower Side, 64 Ford Falcon. It is Falcon fast, he says. Going against Ross Walker. This should be a good race here. 1966 Chevy 2. He's from Langley. By Ross, but 12 thousandths red. It goes to Dustin Hunter going into the next round of pro. Craig Johnson here, 84 Olds Cutlass Johnson Custom Exhaust going against Ron Walsh, 1981 Chevy Camaro. Now, I'm not sure, but what it looks like to me is that Ron Walsh lit both those bulbs and Craig probably timed out. That's what my guess is. Wasn't a courtesy stage. We encourage the courtesy staging, the etiquette with the bulbs. But again, I see this in NHRA all the time. This happens. So Craig opting not to take this run. That's unfortunate. But getting those, when you see a double bulb, you got to get in there, folks. We don't want you to time out. Ron Walsh moving into the next lane. Pro sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. Thanks so much to Bubba's Speed Shop sponsoring this giant class, pro class. Little bit of a disturbance in the force here. Sean Langley, Tower Side from Linden, Washington. He's racing that 69 Mach 1 he calls Hustler. He's going against Rich Dyes in the 73 Chevy Nova, sponsored by Transporters Logistics. Second round of eliminations here in the pro class. Can we get Ron Walsh back to the lanes? We need to do a rerun. Ron Walsh, can we have you back here as soon as possible, please? To the start line. Looks like Sean Langley at 11.74. Just 004 off his dial-in time versus a 029. Rob Monroe at the line here, Tower Side, 69 Acadian, dialed in at a 10.75. Going against Steve Baskerville, dialed in at a 11.85. Steve in that 2016 Golf. Rob in the 69 Acadian. Ron Walsh. Ron Walsh. Can you make your way to the start line, please? Ron Walsh. Immediately. Rob Monroe moving into the next round of eliminations. Both of them breaking out. Rob breaking out less. Moving through our pro class, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. Grant Gordon, Tower Side, 1969 Dodge Dart. He'll be going against Veronica Hodgson. Grant sponsored by 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated, and Veronica in the Lordco lane, the 2019 King of the Track, 2017 Sportsman Champion. Veronica will be leaving a tad before Grant, who will make it into the next round. Ron Walsh, this is your 4-minute warning to come to the line, please. Ron Walsh, or if you see Ron Walsh, please direct him to the start line immediately. Right, last round it was Grant Gordon moving ahead. It was a double breakout, but the breakout was less for Grant Gordon at .03 versus a .14 off the dial-in. Here we have Jim Benke, Tower Side, going against Lorenz Schwartz. All hail the king. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop. He was the Race of Champions and the king of the track last year. For Jim Benke as he flies down the track. Both of these vehicles, close race here. But it goes to Jim Benke because Lorenz broke out. 85 10,000ths of a red off the dial for Lorenz Schwartz. Tough break. Jim Benke moving on at 10.07, 131 miles an hour. Well, that was unexpected. 2 days in a row, he's being eliminated. See if he can hang on to his royalty this year, if he can carry on to be the king of the track. Dustin Brewington, a 1999 Camaro in the Tower Lane. We have Owen Armstrong, the youngest racer on the track here. I did see you. Tell me about how you love racing.
Very good. I have my license, everybody. So thank you for everybody out there.
Oh, he got his license. He'd like to thank everybody out there. You're the man, Owen. Oh, my heart just swelled. That is so sweet. And he's the youngest racer on the track. Wow. Thanking everybody. Again, parenting done right, folks. Get your kids involved early. And they just have a blast. And we're so proud of those junior racers, folks. They are amazing. Just pure hearts, these little guys. Just, wow. I wish Owen all the best, the youngest racer on the track. Ron Walsh. Ron Walsh. You need to come up to the start line immediately. Ron Walsh, you are running out of time. If you know Ron Walsh, please run over there and grab him, or he's going to be quite upset if he doesn't show up back to the line. Just a reminder, folks, while it's quiet, if you were a winner yesterday, we've got someone waiting to take your photo in the winner's circle. So please, if you won yesterday, make your way over to the winner's circle so we can get your photo taken. I know they're waiting for you, waiting and waiting. We want to get your photo. We know you want your photo. We need you winners to come down to the winner's circle and get your photo taken. Someone is waiting for you. Don't forget, trophy pickup is at the end of the day. Checks are going out in the mail, but we need your photo. If you were a winner yesterday, please make your way over to the winner's circle. Just a little bit of track prep here before we carry on. Got the tractor out there, our brand new tractor we got for Christmas. Got a whole lot of new equipment that we really needed. Of course, the people that run the show here, the BC Custom Car Association, provided us with a whole ton of cool stuff. We got a shiny new ambulance, a new set of street light LEDs, new foam center blocks, because of course, West Coast Outlaws likes to hit those, and I think they've even made a game out of it. New digital dial-in boards, 2 bright working scoreboards. You can see them. They're gorgeous and so much brighter. Brand new AccuTime timing system, guys. This is actually the first weekend that we've been able to use it for an ET Summit race because we've been rained out. So we're working through the kinks, but Shelby here and Anna, they are the masters. And we're working that out. We even got it to print out some ladders, so hallelujah. We got a new static track dragger, an efficient TVS scraper, and of course that beautiful new Kubota utility tractor. I must say, thank you so much, Avenue Machinery Corp in Abbotsford. Plus, the color matches our awesome new backpack blowers from Prospect Equipment, so we're definitely styling around here. And you may hear us a little better due to a long-range PA system. And I hope I'll be able to come out there and talk to you all out in the stands and talk to some drivers now without the squeal and feedback when I attempted that last year. Got a whole ton of new lane choice traction compound. Of course, we got to make that track sticky so those tires can get traction. And of course, just a reminder, we got that giveaway of the 2006 Ford Mustang GT right next to the winner's circle. We're very excited to announce that in partnership with the Titanium Auto Group, we will be giving away a 2006 Ford Mustang GT to one lucky subscriber this summer. It might be stock right now, but it won't be for long. With the help of Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, and Mopac Auto Supplies, we will be transforming this car into a street strip cruiser capable of running some fast times on the Titanium Strip. Follow along at MRP Lordco TV on YouTube as we build the car and even show you some tips and tricks to improve your quarter-mile ET on your own ride. So that is that 2006 Ford Mustang GT right next to the winner's circle. Just a reminder, in the winner's circle, if you won yesterday, please make your way over there so we can take your photo. We have someone waiting for you now. All right, I was just getting a little learning education from our timers and Shelby, our assistant race director. You know, I am pretty new to bracket racing and I'm not sure of all of the rules, but there definitely are some unwritten rules and some real written down rules. So, just doing a little track prep here and we'll be carrying on. Just a reminder about the tents in the pits. So there are some runaway tents. We need you to peg those down so they don't blow away. So if you have a tent out there, it is getting a little windy. And you know what happens in wind with these tents? They go bye-bye. So please pin those suckers down so they're not flying onto the racetrack, because that would be the worst case scenario. Big thanks to all our spectators. Thank you for your patience while we do a little track prep. We'll get back to the racing action. So many race cars to come. All of our junior classes. And of course, the Doorslammers. Doorslammers coming up next after our last two cars in pro, I do believe. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Can we get juniors to lanes 1 and 2, please? Juniors to lane 1 and 2. And Sportsman, you are on standby. Sportsmans, you are on standby. And we'll get you juniors to the lanes, please. Big thanks to the Canada West Doorslammers 2003 association sponsors. Title sponsor, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley, Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Thanks so much for sponsoring the Canada West Doorslammers in 2003. If you are a winner from yesterday, please make your way over to the winner's circle so we can take your photo. Take your photo. We want to get your smiling face on film so we can brag about you. Come on down to the winner's circle and we'll get your photo taken. Thanks to our hard-working track officials, a lot of new people, new hires this year at Mission Raceway. Thanks for coming back after yesterday. It was a long day. It was quite hot, quite muggy, but you know what? You guys did amazing. So thanks so much for all your hard work. Glad to see you out here again today. Of course, we had our junior announcer earlier, Joey. Let us know how you think Joey did on our Facebook page or our Twitter page. I know we're going to have him back. He's got several training shifts coming up. Joey, our apprentice announcer. While we're waiting, I'll just give you the lowdown on our big sponsor, Lordco. So founders, Roy Lord and Ed Coates, the Lord & Co. in Lordco Auto Parts, opened their door to the first auto parts location in 1974 in Maple Ridge. They quickly established a reputation within the community for selling reputable auto parts and for offering exceptional customer service. As their reputation grew within the industry, so did the number of Lordco locations throughout the province. From our humble 900 square foot beginnings, we have grown to become Canada's biggest privately held automotive parts distributor and Western Canada's biggest distributor and retailer of aftermarket parts and accessories with over 80 store locations, including 9 truck centers, 7 centralized distribution centers, more than 2,000 employees, and 500 vehicle-strong delivery fleet, and over 360,000 part numbers in our system. Now, if you're of a certain age, you do remember Lordco coming on the scene Remember the same time it was Decker's Auto Part. Remember back in the day, that was one of my first jobs, auto parts delivery for Decker's. Also, Rex Regal came on the scene and they quickly went under. I remember thinking, I'm going to go work at Rex Regal, and then until my paycheck started bouncing, wasn't a great time. So we're glad to have Lordco on board here, sponsoring our Far Lane Lordco. So be sure to stop by a Lordco and say, hey, thanks for sponsoring Motorsports at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All right, we're just trying to get our tractor back into position. We've got some vehicles in the way, some golf carts. If you don't mind, please moving the Polaris, the golf cart. We'd like to keep going in our racing program. Please be conscious and aware. We've got a Polaris in the front. We need it moved out of the way. Oh, look at that. It's the great driving by Steve Sikora. But please be mindful, everybody. We are trying to get our track equipment in and out. And the longer it takes for us to get our equipment back, the longer it takes to get back to racing. And we want to do that as soon as possible to start getting through our program, folks. All right, this is a rematch. Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson, Tower Side, 84 Old Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust. Going against Ron Walsh. Both these gentlemen from Langley. Oldsmobile versus Chevy Camaro. Craig's dialing 11.65. Ron a 10.18. After this, we'll be moving into our Doorslammers. Craig Johnson moving into the next round. Ron breaking out 57 thousandths off his dial.
So moving to Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Sorry, Winter Harbor Marine RV Canada West Doorslammers. Getting a bit ahead of myself. I saw Jan Christian. I've never seen that car in Doorslammers before, so I'm a bit ahead of myself on the curve on this one. So Canada West Doorslammers. Jan Christensen. Going up against Howell. Pair of green balls. Driver TCS side out of the groove. Lifting out of the throttle. Jan Christensen takes an easy one into the next round. We'll bring up the Pontiac Grand Prix over here. TCS side dialed in at an 804. We'll be racing Mark Thompson in the Marvel Racing Machine. Paul Soares over here, Lordco, TCS side, excuse me, will be leaving ahead of Mark Thompson by just shy of half a second. Paul Soares and Mark Thompson both off and away. Thompson out of the throttle. Paul Soares will take that one up. Oh, to the next round. No, he won't. Breaks out by 200ths of a second and shows it's never over till it's over. Soares got too greedy. Thompson lifting out. Will get himself a freebie. A few Doorslammers having some luck nuggets over the course of the day. I don't know what are, I don't know if the chicken strips down at the concession stand have been laced in leprechaun gold or whatever, but somebody's got some serious luck about them tonight.
Luck nuggets.
I just realized I made a car pun with lug nuggets on that one. I didn't even realize that. I'm gonna pretend I did that on purpose and go about my day.
We appreciate the humor, Nolan.
I've been doing that more and more. I've been making puns without even realizing it, and then I wonder why everybody's laughing. And I think, what did I say? Did I say something wrong? And then they'll like message me in our little team chats about how funny I've actually been, and I was like, oh, well, I wish I knew that. I would have leaned into that a bit more. Lane Woolley takes off in the Marcus Family Duster against Otto Schulte in the next gen here in Georgia Straight Line and Associated Tire and Auto Cavalier. Woolley gets there first, 8:01 with a 5, 167 miles an hour ahead of Otto Schulte. Winning that one by about 14 foul. We'll bring up Derek Shirk, the 1955 Bel Air for Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance Racing Grant Howell in the 1937 Chevrolet. Burnout's complete. We're gonna back this thing up. Two green lights, Derek Shirk taking off after Grant Howell up down to the quarter mile of the racetrack, and at the top end, it's 0.04 of a second for Derek Shirk, knocking out Grant Howell and the Willies. Over on Paul Stratch to the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier to race Dale Jansen in the 1966 Kenso. Dale Jansen turns on the red light. Paul Stretch has the win light. And good thing too, because again, that car lost fire right out of the gate, rolls through, ticks in a reaction time. Dale Jansen though, 8 thousandths red on the tree. Tough break for the Kenso, but the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier gets a free pass.
Horse and Mike Kenworthy here. Howie 55 10,000ths red at the line. Mike moving on, 8.5, 559 miles an hour. Carrying on with our Doorslammers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, you are on standby. Sportsman, you are on standby. Such a great class, the Doorslammers. I had the opportunity to talk to a number of the drivers in the last round, and boy, those guys are just great. A wealth of knowledge, so be sure to go and talk to some of those Doorslammers. Great guys. Peter Lacanis from Brody Shirk in the Lordco lane. Oh, Peter Lacanis couldn't make it to the line. This is a competition single for Brody. And 8.27, 161 miles an hour. Moving on into the next round, Brody Shirk. Big thanks to all the Doorslammer sponsors: Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Those are your Canada West Doorslammers Association's 2003 sponsors. Greg Feel from Kamloops Tower Side, a 69 Opel GT. Sponsored by Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo. And it looks like he's just chosen to break the beam, and that is absolutely within his right. All right, looks like we have a test hit for our Top Fuel Harley. Now, I went down there yesterday and I felt the power. And I highly, highly recommend it. Top Fuel Harley. Nate Gagnon, our Top Fuel Harley racer from Qualicum Beach. And these bikes are absolutely amazing, I must say. So if you can make your way over here to feel the power of the Top Fuel Harley, he calls Sonic. Feel those sonic waves blowing at you. It is quite something, I must say. Very cool, and no fear to drive something like that. So definitely respect this gentleman. And they start the Harley while he is not on it.
And the engines on these machines so volatile that there's no way it would be safe enough for them to start it while the rider is, of course, on, which is why they tend to start these bikes with the rider off. Even on the hit down the track, the riders wear, very frequently, they wear Kevlar vests. So in case there is some sort of engine detonation, they are somewhat protected from the debris because they're practically laying on top of these engines. It's not something you really get. I think the closest experience to that would probably be something like the funny cars nowadays, or the front engine dragsters, when those would kind of blow up right in front of your face. We're gonna roll through to Daryl Storzuk and Tom Turand as Nick and Yon gonna back the bike back. So Storzuk, Philippe Pro and his Suzuki, the world leading in automotive water and air leaks and wind nose repair, going against Tom Turand and the Daytona Racing GSXR Kraken. Peregrine bulbs, it doesn't get much closer than that. Up towards the top end, separated by just 5 thou in the tree. Tom Turan gonna take it. 9-1-73 at 108 miles an hour. Gonna take the victory in Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Daryl Storzuk will have to settle for second. That is 2 for 2 for Tom Turan, sweeping the weekend in the 4th and 5th races of the NHRA Summit ET Series. So we move into Junior Street, where Isaac Niriklo in the 03 Pontiac going to go up against Tara Monroe in the Tahoe out of the year 2000. Semifinals, if I'm checking this correctly. 11:10 to a 10:75. This is racing to the 8th mile. And Niriklo going to turn on the red light. By 0.04 of a second, Tara Monroe will be able to move on into the final round. Going to bring up James McNeil in the 2010 Nissan. Racing Dallas Nassi in what I have been corrected to is their first round of eliminations. So McNeil going to go through, goes under the dial-in by over 1/10 of a second. So Nassie going to go through and work to the semis. And then, of course, we have Tyler Smith in the Chevy 1500 for Zap Strap Racing, going to be on a solo pass. It is a bye run for Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith going to put down a 12:05 with a 2 at 60 miles an hour, and that'll close out first round eliminations for Junior Street. We roll into the next round of Junior Thunder. You need Sportsman to the lanes. Sportsman, we're going to get you down to the staging lanes as we get set to roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. both racers off and away, and it's going to be victory. Emily White. The White Lightning Racing Lordco Pioneer Truck and Trailer Walco Industries moves on to round number next. We continue to steadily advance our way through Junior Thunder. Hunter Thompson for JBS Equipment over in the DCS lane, and Jackson Dew over in the Lordco lane. Both racers heads up, dialed in at 890. Green ball, one of them a fair bit better than the other. For Jackson Dew, it was 5 thou in the tree. It will not translate into a window. Hunter Thompson gets there first. 8, 9, 6 with the 6 at 73 miles an hour. Jackson Dew's 9th second time. Battleground Connor Jackson, TCS side, and Isabella Marshall, Lordco side. Connor Jackson racing for TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab, going up against the Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufacturing Homes. Junior Dragster of Isabella Marshall. Isabella Marshall goes red by about a bulb's worth. Connor Jackson, free pass into the next round. Finishes out the pass with a 9.57 with the 3 at 70 miles an hour. Bring up Jack Green for Green Brothers Racing over here, TCS side. And Nate Green, Lordco side, 13.99 to an 11.90. 2 green lights, both Green brothers off and away. It was 2 tenths to about 4 tenths on the tree, and Nate Green will get there first by about the same amount that he had. Sorry, Jack Green going to get there first by about the same amount that Nate Green had him be on the tree. We'll bring it up for Wesley Armstrong, for Fountain Tire, and Adam Katnick racing under the TK Performance banners. 12-17 dialed in. Tower side, spectator side, going to be dialed in at an 8-9-0. Both races away on green lights. Katnick trying to run Armstrong down. Makes the pass. Adam Katnick by 0.06 of a second. Bests Wesley Armstrong. Move on to Hunter Gallant for BDL Automotive. Super Steve Tires. Diversified Metalworks. Rocket Coatings and Paint by Rodrigue. And Ashton Katnick dialed in at 1190. Going up against the driver dialed in at a 13-16. Hunter Gallant gets to the line first, but goes under the dial-in by 35 thousandths, giving Ashton Katnick the free pass to the next round, which will bring up Cadence Rodrigue from Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Creative Chassis, dialed in at a 12-5-0. Racing Bentley Johnson. For Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil. Going to correct that dial to a 12-15 instead of a 12-50 tower side. Cadence Rodrigue turns on the red light. Bentley Johnson moves on into the next round. We're going to put Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. As we're going to roll into Junior Lightning, Abigail White versus Colton Morin. Abigail White from Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, and Walco Industries Racing, Colton Morin for Total Dairy Solutions, Tire Plus, Waco, Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. Both races dialed at 792. Both race away on green lights. And it's going to be Colton Morin taking the win. Abigail White settles for the runner-up in this round. We move, of course, to the lights. Colton Morin going into round number next. Nick Bond and McKenna Thompson both racing under the JBS equipment colors. Down to 794 to 793, virtual heads-up race. And the winner of this grudge match gonna be McKenna Thompson. Nick Bond got there first, broke out by 7 thousandths of a second. McKenna Thompson takes this one to the next round. Tough break for Nick Bond, so little. Went 793 with the 2 on the 794 dial. We're brand defending champion Lincoln Shirk for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports. To race Cadence Rodriguez. Correct myself with that. Emma DeRicu, Lordco way.
Junior Lightning, Emma and Lincoln. Racing to the 8th mile, who will it be? Lincoln with an 8:01, 80 miles an hour. He'll be moving on.
We'll bring up Ciel Gagnon over here, TCS side, racing one of the Catnick, so on the Lordco side. We'll look at possibly Ashton Catnick on that deal, seeing as Adam and Aiden have already made their way through. $790 for both drivers. I was wrong. It is Aiden Catnick. It's not Ashton.
So many siblings.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need pro bracket to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Bubba Speed Shop pro bracket. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Solid reaction time. You see how Gagnon gonna net her the win. Was double a one on the tree. Aiden Catnick did get there first by 300ths of a second, but broke out by 700ths in doing so. So Ciel Gagnon had that one beat on the tree. Just winning that one, no matter even if Aiden Catnick made the dial of it perfectly.
It's Lexi Winterbottom up in the Tower Lane, part of Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures here in the Junior Lightning. Junior class is sponsored by Peden Industries. Thank you so much, Peden Industries, for supporting our juniors. Lexi is 7.98, 82 miles an hour. Great pass in the Junior Lightning. Love all of our juniors, and hey, if your kids want to get involved or if you'd like to get your kids involved, be sure to contact any one of our junior parents. They'd love to talk to you all. And of course, you can join their Facebook group and find out a lot more. This is Owen Armstrong. Now, Owen came up on the mic earlier and thanked everybody for supporting him. He has a huge heart. He's the youngest racer on the track. Owen Armstrong just made all of our hearts explode when he came up here. He is a sweet little guy. Great job parenting. You guys are amazing. An 1800 at 34 miles an hour for Owen, youngest racer currently at the racetrack. Now, if you're hungry, you could head down to the concession stand. They do have limited items available. Unfortunately, no chicken strips and no hot dogs. But I just had a delicious burger. It was like my breakfast lunch combo. And along with a Red Bull, hey, I'm trucking. I'm ready. Here we are. Nolan, I'm ready. Zzz.
I had chicken strips earlier.
I don't want to talk about that.
I think I took some of the last ones they had there.
You must have. You stole my chicken strips, Nolan.
That's why I like to get in early before the lunch rush starts.
I was sleeping at the line, I guess. My reaction time wasn't good enough.
Late by about 4 hours on that deal. I know they had chicken strips about 4 hours ago. That's when I went and got them. Actually, 5 hours ago. Good grief, we're flying through this day.
Yeah, you definitely want to check it out. The concession stand, I'm not sure what time they're closing, but I'm sure it'll be sometime soon. Get yourself a great, yummy burger. Also, I saw some ice cream sandwiches here, and I know those are from the Pro Shop. Pro Shop, all those T-shirts. I got a brand new NHRA T-shirt today, actually, so I can be cool like the rest of you, all wearing those cool t-shirts. I'm trying to fake it till I make it here. Pro Shop, t-shirts, hats, candy, ice cream, toys, much, much more. Neon, everything there. Check out the Pro Shop, as well as Badass Garage on site. All of the coolest man or woman cave items. Clocks, neon signs, all sorts of cool racing stuff, folks. They even have a store that you can visit. They have like stand-up arcade games. The place is amazing. I know I'm going to be checking it out. I'm definitely need a stand-up video game. It has to have Galaxian, Galaga, 1942, and probably Pac-Man. And I know the younger people don't know what the heck I'm talking about, but you know, there were some good video games back in the day. No, none of the shooting stuff.
I mean, one of the most popular video games, at least from the early 2000s, would be NR 2003. Papyrus Studios. It was an old NASCAR racing game from 2002, and it at the time, and still is regarded as one of the most realistic NASCAR simulators you can find out there. And they have an active mod community that's still making mods to this day. They made like a mods for the 2022 Cup Series, the Xfinity Series. They're still making stuff.
Okay, now what year were you born, Nolan?
01.
01. Okay, so yeah, let me tell you about ColecoVision. Let me tell you about Pong. When Pong came out on Atari, it was like amazing.
It looked like such a waste of money.
Moving on into the Sportsman class. He's telling me my Coleco is a waste of money. I might have to hurt Nolan. All right. Okay, I'll let that go. I'm not going to be judgmental. I am born in 1973, not 2001, so you know how it is. Okay. And we have Randy Hermsen, 1958 Oldsmobile from Mission. $13.52. 87 miles an hour. Ryan Ledre. 1971 Chevelle. He is from Maple Ridge. This is the Sportsman class. A 12.45, 106 miles an hour. 57 thousandths off his dial to the good. He's moving on. Quarter. Scott Wilson, Towerside, 1981 Chevy station wagon. He calls Charlie Brown, going against Bo Dickey, 93 Chevy pickup S10. Bad break in the Lordco lane, however. $95,000 red for Bo Dickey. So the winner is Scott Wilson, moving on into the quarterfinals. Philip Marvetts from Everson, Washington, sponsored by Sunbreeze Landscaping, going against Jim Mantle from Black Creek, and that's 77 Pacer. All right, so a double breakout, but Jim Mantle breaks out last, a 14.52, 90 miles an hour. Moving on into our Sportsman, it's Roland Lowen, carrying on with our Sportsman rather, going against Eric Hansen, the 55 Meteor versus the 68 Plymouth. Two good-looking cars here in Sportsman at the line. Dialed in at 1290. Another bad break in that Lordco lane. He knows it, but he doesn't care. He's just having a good old time. Finish his run. This one will go to Roland Lowen, 12.87 at 101.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes.
Oh, but we're over here. Oh, so Steve Baskerville in the Lordco lane going against Nick Douglas in his 69 Dark. Volkswagen versus Dodge here. Two green lights, so that's a great thing. Very close here at the 8th. Whoa! An 11.78, 110, and Steve off his dial by 14 thousandths. So, wow. Very close racing here in Sportsman. Now we have our very own Steve Sikora in the tower sign in that silver 89 S10 going against Mark Ferguson, 2002 Firebird. Little tail wobble in the tower side. Yeah, it's got to be a little scary, and I think it cost him a 12.69 going to Mark Ferguson. 19 thousandths off his dial. And he'll be advancing through the quarterfinals of Sportsman. Sportsman was brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps. Thank you so much to Vancouver Car Wraps sponsoring Sportsman.
We move to Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Gonna bring up a 99 Camaro driven by Dustin Brewington. Gonna be going up against Rob Monroe in the 1969 Acadian. 1018 to a 1071. We are in round 3 of eliminations.
Right, so a lot of elimination rounds as we started with 45 cars in this class. Pro brought to you by Bubba's Speed Shop.
Quarter mile, it is only 12 thousandths in the favor of Dustin Brewington. They were separated by only 1 thou on the tree. We'll bring up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon, racing John Barrichello with the Ron's Engine Machine Dodge Dart. Dustin Hunter dialed in at a 913, John Barrichello at an 1133. Hunter pre-stage, waiting on Barrichello. And the Dart's still moving, just inching his way forward. There we go, both drivers pre-staged. Barrichello fully staged first, Dustin Hunter right behind. Both drivers picking up the front wheels just a touch. Dustin Hunter again wiggling around a little bit, and that's going to give it to John Barrichello in in the Lordco lane by over a second as Dustin Hunter had to lift out of the throttle.
That is unfortunate. We've got Sean Langley in the tower side, racing a 69 Mach 1 called the Hustler. Ralph Ehlers from Mission, 1991 Ford Mustang, the LS Stang in the Lordco lane.
Both drivers hightailing it away. No issues this time for the GCS lane. It'll be Ralph Ehlers, though, to make the pass. 3 thou on the tree gives it up for Ralph Ehlers. The LS Mustang Fox body knocks out Sean Langley's Hustler, Mach 1.
Grant Gordon Tower Side, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs, 1969 Dodge Darts, going against Jim Benke in his 67 Cuda, running that 440 Mopar. Jim's dialed in at a 10.07, Grant an 11.95. Oh, man. Oh, Jim Benke pulling over to the side, having some problems. Uh-oh.
Saw something drop out of the bottom of that car just now when it came to a stop.
Yeah, we're going to have to go check out how Jim Benke's doing over there. But, of course, Grant Gordon, red lighting. 26 thousandths red.
Attention to pits, attention to pits. 2 class calls coming up for you here. We need Doorslammers to 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 5 and 6. And we're going to call Hot Rod to the lanes as well. So Hot Rod lanes 1 through 4. Doorslammers to 5 and 6. And Super Combo, you are on standby. And attention as well, Brian Nowen. Brian Nowen, can we get you to the head of staging, please? Brian Nowen, your presence is required at the head of staging. Safety crew's out taking a look at Jim Benke's car. First, I thought he was just lifting out when he saw the wind light turn on, and I was thinking, okay, fair enough. But then he started to pull over. I saw something drop out of the bottom. And at that point, you realize, oh, that's not looking good.
No, that's never good. So we're going to see what the problem is for Jim Benke. We never want to see any of our racers having a problem. Hopefully, no leakage on the track. That would be great. Just looking at the replay, see if we can see anything ourselves. All right, it looks like they are pulling Jim off the track.
For Super Pro?
Sorry, Kevin McNichol. Just call Kevin McNichol for Super Pro.
Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Kevin McNichol. We need Kevin McNichol to the staging lanes for Super Pro. Kevin McNichol, Super Pro. We need you down in the staging lanes ASAP for your next round of eliminations.
Okay, he's fine. Go call him. He's just trying to call Jim.
All right, limping Jim Benke off the track. Now he is advancing into the next round. Let's hope that he can figure out what the problem is so he can come back again.
I don't think he's going to be up. It's a drive shaft that just let go. I think that's game over for Benke.
Two-piece drive shaft.
I'm no mechanic, but I've played BeamNG Drive, and usually when the drive shaft breaks, steering in particular becomes a considerable problem.
Yes, and being a Sunday, we can't be getting those parts on demand. So, but who knows? He might have a spare. He could have a trick or two up his sleeve. So let's hope so.
You'd be surprised how many races will find ways. I remember watching this one race down in it was Montreal. It was a nationwide series race for NASCAR, and it was a rainy day, right? And they had these windshield wipers on the fronts of the cars. Well, one driver's windshield wiper broke. Now, because the inside of these cars tended to fog up back then, they also had these little, like the little Swiffer mops or whatever, that have this on the inside so they could like dust off the windshield. This driver just took his mop, poked it out the window, just kind of tried to reach it around and wipe off the front of the windshield. It was limited success, but he did give it a try. So you'd be surprised what a racer would find to do. They will stick things together with duct tape if they have to.
And it's true, and there's a big racing family here. Of course, someone might see a fellow racer in trouble and help him out. You never know. See what happens in the next round of Pro, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop.
Canada West Door Slammers, this is your second call to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers. This is call number 2, lanes 5 and 6. We are waiting for your presence for next round of eliminations.
Craig Johnson at the line here, 1984 Olds Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust. He's a Langley boy, and he has a bye run here into the next round. Craig in 11.76 and 97 miles an hour as he knows he has a bye into the next round. Big thanks to all our sponsors, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba's Speed Shop, Rad Torque Systems, Mountain View, Harley Davidson, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. Big thanks to all our Doorslammer sponsors. Canada West Door Slammers Association. His main sponsor is Winter Harbor Marina and RV. Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, which is a VP Race of Fuel distributor. Talk to Jason Field. He can help you out there. Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Parts, Products, and Travelland RV. Those are your Canada West Door Slammers sponsors.
Bring up Jan Christensen to the El Gringo Nova as we roll into the next round of Super Pro eliminations. Going up against Charles Siddon, a top solid repair Dodge Dart. .858 to a 986. Charles Siddon leaves first. Christian hightails it off and away. Charles Siddon trying to stay on the front. Can't do it though. Jan Christian moves on to the next round by 1/100th of a second. We'll bring up Wes Voth in the Cumin Machine Shop Cow's Associated Tire and Associated Tire and Auto Body. 1983 Pontiac Firebird. We'll race Mike Stewart in the Super Chiclet Bucky's Mini Excavating Chevy 2. Dialed in the 10 seconds exactly. Westboth turning on the Red Bull by a quarter of a second. Mike Stewart moves on into the next round. That'll bring up Dustin Brewington to the Camaro Racing. Jeremy Soares in the Soares Transport. Hot shot Cameron Dragster. .1018 dialed into a 763. Jeremy Soares is going to have to be mighty, mighty patient here with this one.
Gonna have to wait for almost 3 seconds before he can go.
Closing into the top and can't make the pass. That race won on the start line. 200th of a second advantage to Dustin Brewington. It was a 14 to a 38 with a 0 at the front of both. On the tree, margin of victory, 1-0-1 up at the top end.
So close, unbelievable.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Craig Johnson, we're awaiting your presence in the staging lanes for Super Pro. Craig Johnson, we need you in the staging lanes for Super Pro. So we are down for a little bit of track prep right now as we get set to unleash the Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Doorslammers. We do have a few, I think 2 runners in Super Pro left. That would be Kevin McNichol and Craig Johnson. Craig Johnson, of course, running the Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 1983 Cutlass. Kevin McNichol bringing it up in that Chevy Nova.
So we're running our last 2 cars in Super Pro, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Craig Johnson and Kevin McNichol. Craig racing that 84 Olds Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust, and Kevin McNichol in the 67 Chevy Nova. He was the 2014 Super Pro champion. After these 2 vehicles, we'll be heading into our Doorslammers class. Back to the big boys. Oh, some bad luck again in that dang Lordco lane today. He knows, but he does not care. Craig Johnson moving on, 11-5, 7-1, 13.
And that'll wrap it up then for Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We get set once again for Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Just got a little bit more track prep yet here before we move things along. Of course, Doorslammers this weekend sponsored by Associated Tire and Auto, and other sponsors of theirs include Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing with VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes Limited, Alpine Backco and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, also sponsored our TCS lane here at Mission Raceway Park, and the Traveland RV. Port is a little bit more track prep is needed, particularly on the starting lines. That's what you see our starter Willie doing out there at the moment, just kind of spraying down that track a bit more and making sure everything is fully in tip-top shape for these Doorslammers that have a tendency to rip this track up, especially a particular Opel GT that I see in the stage lanes as well. Now, I'll tell you what, Greg feels seriously lucked out in that first round of eliminations. I mean, he had himself quite the time trying to get something sorted and ended up backing out. Was lucky that his opponent broke out, and he'll be hoping for a better run because that's not typically something that happens 2 in a row.
Yes, very lucky for him, and he's going to make sure that he has a smooth run this time, I'm sure. Doorslammers coming up, folks. Thanks for spending your day with us here. If you're packing up and heading out, thanks for coming out and racing with us. And of course, we will see you in the next Summit ET Series, race number 6. That's June 3rd. And we also have the CMDRA's motorcycles that weekend as well. Don't forget, we've got the Friday Night Street Legals this Friday, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Nolan and I have a great old time here watching you race your grocery getters. Bring the station wagon, bring the minivan. Hey, bring the Tesla. Just bring it. Come and have some fun. Friday Night Street Legals this Friday. Also to mention, the Sunday is the Fraser Valley Boat Drags. Fraser Valley Boat Drags are back, and that is Sunday, May the 28th. And behind us, sit on the beach and watch drag boat racing. Should be a fun weekend coming up next weekend. Hope you decide to spend it with us here at Mission Raceway.
That'd be nice, man.
More racing action yet to come, folks. Tons of vehicles left to run. Of course, Doorslammers coming up next. The big bad boys, Doorslammers. Now, if you do get a chance, make sure you go and say hello and speak to some of these guys. They are actually super nice and very knowledgeable. I learned a lot from the people that I was speaking to. And so I almost feel like heading down there now and seeing how the drivers are doing. Maybe I should bring a mic down there. I wonder how shy they are.
This is a lap around the road course here, so this is down at the end zone.
Kind of interesting. Nolan just showing me the Speed Fanatics circuit down there, the road course. Very interesting. I might have to partake in an event or two down there. Looks very interesting. I'm sure many of you have been down there and seen some racing on the Speed Fanatics course. So moving into Doorslammers.
Well, while we wait for Paul Sorensen to make his run, we need Steve Sheffer in Hot Rod to come down to the stage lanes immediately. Steve Sheffer in Hot Rod, we need you down to the stage lanes. We are waiting on you. Steve Sheffer, make your way down. Your class is waiting on you, and they're not going to wait forever. Paul Stretch was, not Paul Sorensen. Paul Stretch in the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier was set to go up against Mark Thompson. And the Marvel Racing Machine, unfortunately, Thompson broke. So Paul Stretch will get a free pass into the next round. Does go 11th out red. Doesn't matter though when you're on a comp single. We'll bring up Lane Woolley and the Marcus Family Duster to race Mike Kenworthy in the Illusion Motorsports Pontiac. Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington. Making the trip up from the States as Lane Woolley comes from about half hour down the #1 highway westward out of Langley. Red light start, Mike Kenworthy, 6/10,000ths of a second red. Again, another light that would have been green if this was the CompuLink system, but AccuTime says no dice. 6/10 thousandths red knocks out Mike Kenworthy. Gonna be kicking himself over that one. Here comes number 1 qualifier, Greg Field, in the Jubilee RV Acumen Machine Total Turbo Opel GT. Also with Active Auto Care. On the side of that machine, we'll be racing up. Going up against Brody Shirk. 686 to an 826. Field's number 1 qualifier was a 666 with a 5.
Wow, 686. That is a fast dial-in.
It's enough to get pretty darn close to knocking out the pro stocks at the NHRA runs. Shirk is staged in first, waiting on Field to bump in his Hoosiers. Hear the turbo spooling. Good reaction times on both ends of the racetrack, but Field gonna lift down and he's gonna pop some smoke. Something going awry for Greg Field. Oh, he's gonna get it anyway. Brody Shirk goes under 3,000 a second.
Man.
So it does happen twice. That's the second time that's happened now.
Okay.
Technical problems set in and his opponent breaks out. What kind of luck is this?
It is amazing. It just shows you anything can happen in racing, folks. Hopefully he's not having too much of a problem and he can return into the next round. Not sure what went on there, but holy cow. 3,000ths breaking out.
We'll bring up Derek Shirk and the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance Bel Air racing Jan Christensen and the El Gringo Nova. We're going to call Super Combo to the staging lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Combo, we need to the stage lane. Super Combo to the lanes. Tell you what, Greg Field has got something in that car. It's either something in the car or it's a crew member playing spoiler outside of the car. It's one of the two. Takes off first. Derek Shirk in hot pursuit, chasing down the Nova up towards the quarter mile. Gets there as Christensen goes under. 12 thou under for Jan Christensen. Derek Shirk into the next round.
Wow. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance. Great job.
Can you hold them for a sec? We never switched over, Shelby. Oh, no.
That's going to wrap it up for Canada West Doorslammer, as it looks like. So Hot Rod going to be the next category up. And red lights have come on. Report is a headlights come out of one of these cars and is laid on the racetrack. So Safe Crew is going to go out and take a little look at that one. And well, while they sort that out, I'm going to once again put out the reminder. And I guess I'm going to remind for myself this time around. We're going to take a second stab at this. We're going to be out at the winner's circle for all winners from both yesterday and today. So if you've taken a win yesterday, come on down to the winner's circle and get a picture with your car taken. And trophies will be available up here in the timing tower. So I'm going to be stepping on down to the winner's circle, hopefully get some pictures, and I'll let you have fun with the hot rod cars.
All right. Thank you, Nolan. So again, if you were a winner yesterday and you need your photo taken, please make your way down to the winner's circle. And we have someone there, as in Nolan, to take your picture. We definitely want to see your smiling face in the winner's circle. So please, if you were a winner yesterday, make your way on down to the winner's circle so we can capture your moment. Big thanks to all our spectators spending the day with us. Thank you so much. Probably supporting some of your friends out here drag racing. And that's super, super amazing. I'm glad we were able to have this race. It was our first Summit ET Series race that we could have due to the terrible weather for every race except, of course, the Mopac Street Legals. For some reason, we had beautiful days for the Street Legals. And, of course, I'm hoping it's going to be another beautiful day this Friday. So you can come and join us at the Friday night Street Legals. Just looking at the weather. Well, you never know because, you know, when you look at it and it's like, sun, rain, but it always changes day by day. So we're going to put out the good mojo to have a beautiful Friday night Street Legals, May 26th, and an even more beautiful Sunday Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race. Some big races coming up is June 29th to July 2nd, Door Wars 11 presented by the Titanium Auto Group. July 7th and 8th, the Specty Prospect Shootout. July 28th to 30th, the TNT West Coast Classic. August 4th to 6th, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags with the Gasser Get Downs, Street Rod, Classic Street, Street Machine, Outlaw, Pro Mods, and much, much more. And then the big one, August 24th to 27th, you have to say it a certain way. The Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco. I was trying to get the intern to say it right this morning. We have to train those interns correctly, you see. We had Joey, and he will be back, actually, with Jerry in our next ET series. So that'll be good. We'll get Jerry Lucky, the master, to train the Padawan. And then he will be back with me June the 9th for the Mopac Street Legal. So there you go. Thanks to all of our new hires, a lot of new people at the track. Great to see you. Thanks for coming back and helping us out. I've had a couple long days. I realize that. So tonight, go to bed early. Get a good night's sleep before you got to go to school in the morning. Hey, I'm 50 years old and I have to go to school in the morning. I'm telling you. Monday off? What? See, we get to sleep in. They're all worth it now. See, I'm behind a screen all day. I don't know what day it is. If it wasn't for Jessica on our Facebook page at Mission Raceway, I wouldn't even know to be here. So make sure you join our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park, for all the latest and greatest. And again, if you were a winner yesterday, we have someone waiting to take your photo in the winner's circle. So please make your way down to the winner's circle, yesterday's winners, and we want to take your photo. Don't take off without visiting Nolan and getting your photo taken, please. Also, later on, we'll want today's winners. All the winners, we want you. Lots of racing action here to come. Just finished with our Doorslammers class. Those are always a treat to watch. The Titanium Strip is sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group and you could win, win, win. I've seen them giving away $100 cash to 3 separate winners, pretty much seemed like weekly. And we're going to be giving away that big old GT Mustang right next to the winner's circle. So you'll definitely want to be a subscriber to their page for a chance to win that 2006 Ford Mustang GT that they're going to soup all up. Moving into Hot Rod now. It's Hot Rod, sponsored by Old Car Center. Sylvia Hoogstens in her gorgeous 66 Ford Mustang in the Tower Lane. It's going against Rob Hodgson in his 67 Plymouth. Rob dialed in at a 1080 and Sylvia a 1269. Still in eliminations here in Hot Rod. Staging bulbs are lit. Sylvia is off and Rob is after her. Can he catch her? No, it's Rob Hodgson. He did get her a 10.86. Looks like Sylvia breaking out 78 thousandths off her dial. We've got John Sayer, 1968 Dodge Dart. In the Lordco lane, dialed in at 1180. All junior classes, you are on standby. Attention in the pits. Junior classes, you are on standby. Mark Brenzinger in the Tower Lane, 1968 Nova, called out of time. Going against Glenn Fillingham from Coquitlam, 1966 AMX. He's dialed in at 1218. Mark a 949. Mark will have to be patient for a number of seconds while Glenn takes off ahead of him. Patience is a virtue, a double green light. Let's see who will be moving on into the quarterfinals. And it's Mark moving on at 9.50 at 139. Glenn off his dial by 33 ten-thousandths of a second, so whoa. Randy Hermson, Tower Lane in the Magnet, going against Jerry Brabander in the 62 Chevy 2, the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion champ. Randy Hermson taking this one at 13.38, 94 miles an hour, while Jerry off his dial red, 0.043. Rob Monroe from Surrey, 1969 Acadian, running at 385, dialed in at 1073. Competition single here. 101 miles an hour for Rob, moving on into the quarterfinals of Hot Rod. Now, unfortunately, Jim Benke not able to join us in this round. We saw him breaking his drive shaft, and he had to pull over at the top end there. Dustin Hunter here in the Lordco lane in that 1964 Ford Falcon. It's Falcon fast. Sorry, Jim, we had hoped you'd had a spare in the old trailer there, but we will see you next time, sir. Dustin Hunter flying down that groove, 9.13, 148 miles an hour. Moving on into the quarterfinals of Hot Rod. Hot Rod was sponsored by Old Car Center. Thank you so much for sponsoring the Hot Rod class. Just a reminder, if you were a winner yesterday, please make your way over to the winner's circle to get your photo taken. We have someone waiting to take your photo. Please, if you won yesterday, make your way to the winner's circle for your photos. Moving into Super Combo, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts, it's Dean Peterson from Courtney, part of the Peterson racing family in that 08 Ford, going against Brad Vingy Broken. Unable to join him at the line, so it will be Dean moving on in the Super Combo. We got the Corvette going against Al Quigley, Al of Aldergrove 98 Ford, running a 640. Both dialed in at 1090. Of course, those throttle delays are the special feature of the Super Combo, the box or electronics, however you want to call it. The Corvette moving on at 10.93, 136 miles an hour. 34 thousandths off his dial to the good, so he is moving on. Next up in Super Combo, Steve Lowe in the Tower Lanes, 1968 Camaro. He is from Langley. It's going against Ron McKenzie from Ferndale, Washington, racing that 74 Vega. Both dialed in at a 1090. Two good-looking cars right there. Junior racers to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits. Can we get the junior racers to lanes 1 and 2, please? It's just so wild, those things. I don't know, love him or hate him, I love him. Super Combo, Ron McKenzie from Ferndale, Washington, moving on to 10.94 at 120 miles an hour. And look at that, 1/10,000th reaction time. 0001 reaction time for Ron McKenzie was all one at the start line. Warren Jacobson from Mission up here. Looks like a buy run, a 67 Chevy 2. Dialed in at 1090. 400th red, but doesn't matter. He moves on, being a buy run. Super combo brought to you by Lordco. Thank you so much to Lordco sponsoring Super Combo. All of our juniors, please make your way to lanes 1 and 2. Juniors, we're waiting for you. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Big thanks to our sponsors this weekend: Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Brad Torque Systems, Mountain View Harley Davidson, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. They're our class sponsors, so please, if you're in need, use these sponsors for your purchasing or service needs and tell them you heard about them at the Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip. They'd sure be glad to hear it, and really helps us out here knowing that, you know, you're hearing what we're saying, that these guys are supporting motorsports, and it's so important in this day and age, folks. We got to keep motorsports alive. A lot of tracks are having a hard time, and actually, we're doing great here at Mission Raceway. We had a great year last year, and this year we're looking forward to even a bigger year with more events and more spectators and more fun. Fun is what we're all about here on the Titanium Strip. Okay, Junior Street here. Junior sponsored by Peden Industries. Mr. McNeil. Perhaps Mrs. McNeil. Not sure. It's a McNeil. Going for a buy run here in Junior Street. Dallas Nasty, look, they're leading me astray up here in the tower. Sorry. Sometimes our computers want to be funny with us and not show us anybody's names, and it's kind of a drag. We've been doing it manually, going through all the old tech cards, and we don't see that. It's we're not fast like that. We need an intern. Where are our interns? Junior Street. I was speaking to a lady about this. They never took that decal off. This is actually a race car, and I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. Tyler Smith, Towerside 97 Chev 1500, part of Zapstrap Racing. Taryn Monroe from Surrey in her 2000 Tahoe. And that certainly is a race car. Racing to the 8 Mile, sponsored by Peden Industry. Unfortunately, Taryn Monroe, a red light on her start line. So 11:04, 64 miles an hour, Tyler moving on. We have a whole lot of junior racers here. If you would like to get into racing with your kids, be sure to come and talk to any one of these parents here, and they will inform you how amazing it is, how great it is for their family, keeping these kids out of trouble in the juniors. They're going to want to do a lot of mowing the lawns for money, washing the floors, cleaning their room, allowance, and all that money goes into their vehicle. That's the way it happens, folks. Gets them off the screens, gets them out in the fresh air, meeting other kids. That's what we want. We want them out of the basements, into the fresh air, and, socializing like what should happen in the real world. Good to get to see all those kids out here, and look at them all. It's family racing, family fun. All those parents are absolutely do anything for these junior racers. It's absolutely amazing. Parenting done right. So our hats off to all the parents out there supporting their kids in the juniors. Is Bentley Johnson in the tower side, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, and it was Bentley's birthday weekend, so happy birthday, Bentley. In the Lordco lane, it's Emily White, sponsored by White Lightning Racing, Lordco, Pioneer Truck, TNT, and Walco Industries, which we learned is a pump truck service. Learning things every day here. Junior Thunder racing to the 8th mile, sponsored by Peden Industries. Bentley Johnson, the birthday boy, going against Emily White. Greens. See what happens is super close, real close so far here, but it's Emily White. Emily at 9.13, 71 miles an hour, just a 18 thousandths off her dial versus 75 thousandths of Bentley. So Bentley, hope you have a great rest of your birthday weekend, pals. Good to see you out here. Emily advancing into the next round. Hunter Thompson and Adam Katanek. Adam in the Lordco lane, Hunter tower side. Very similar dial-ins. Hunter an 894 and Adam an 890. Junior sponsored by Peden Industries. A huge supporter of the juniors. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sportsman to lane 1 and 2, please? Sportsman's to lane 1 and 2. double green. There they go. Definitely was a reaction time situation here. Hunter, an 8.94, 74 miles an hour. 49 10,000ths off his dial, so great job. Jack Green on the tower side, going against Ashton Kadenek. A lot of family racing, a lot of siblings, a lot of Green kids, a lot of Kadeneks. So great to see those parents involving all of the kids into racing. And I know, of course, the younger ones, they want to get in when they see their older brothers or sisters racing. So they're absolutely switching cars as the kid ages out of one. It goes to the younger sibling, and the other one gets a new one. So great family racing action here. It's Jack Green and Ashton Kadenek. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sportsman to lane 1 and 2, please? Sportsman to lane 1 and 2. Jack Green taking that one, a 14.03, 44 miles an hour. It looks like Ashton broke out 35 hundredths off the dial to the red. Connor Jackson in the tower lane here. Just a buy run. Connor Jackson, part of sponsored by TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Doorslammers, 20 minutes standby call. .6370 miles an hour for Connor, advancing into the next round. Junior Thunder. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Pro to lanes 3, 4, and 5? Pro, we need you to lanes 3, 4, and 5, please. Lincoln Shirk in the tower lane, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. Rad Torque Systems, JBS and JS Power Sports going against Colton Morin, sponsored by TDS Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS and Rex Cox. Colton dialed in at a 796, Lincoln an 800. Who will advance into the next round? Junior Lightning to the 8th mile. And it is Colton Morin moving on into the next round. .88 10,000ths off of his dial. So congratulations, Colton, moving into the next round. Ciel Gagnon and Lexi Winterbottom coming up. Ciel sponsored by Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group. Lexi sponsored by Bowtie Ventures, and she's a part of Hobo Racing. Two ladies racing here in Junior Thunder, sponsored by Peden Industries. Which of these fine young ladies will be advancing into the next round of Junior Lightning? CL Tower Side, Lexi Lordco Lane. Bulbs are lit. And they're off. Both those ladies wanted bad. It is very close. And it's going to Lexi Winterbottom, a 7.90, 82 miles an hour. Both broke out. Lexi broke out less. 13,000s versus 35,000. So, wow. Close racing action here by the ladies in the Junior Lightning. Unfortunately, only one can move on, and that will be Lexi this time. Here comes another lady to the line. It's McKenna Thompson in the Lordco lane. Great to see all these young ladies racing. Again, these are our future racers. You watch for these names, folks, as they move up the classes. Soon enough, they'll be old enough. They'll be in Sportsman. And who knows where they'll be after that. I know I'll probably be 60 by then, but that's okay because I'm still going to be watching drag racing and cheering these juniors on. Junior class is sponsored by Peden Industries. Parents doing it right here on the Titanium Strip. A by run for McKenna Thompson at 8.04, 78 miles an hour. 13,000, offer dial to the good. Moving on into the next round. So excited about all of the juniors. You all are doing such a great job, as well as you parents. Pat yourself on the back. You are amazing. We love you up here in the tower. So proud of all of our juniors and all of our parents making it happen for their kids. This is what dreams are made of. Thank you for bringing those dreams to fruition for your kids. Best parents in the world here at the Titanium Strip, Mission Raceway. Thank you to Peden Industries for sponsoring our juniors. Don't forget, if you want to get your kids into racing or they want to get into it, we have a junior class for you, whether it be the Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, Junior Street. All the kids can race. Don't forget our little Owen, our youngest racer at the track. Very young man and very polite, a beautiful little soul. Owen Armstrong up here in the tower earlier. We had him on the mic and he just bless his heart, just a sweet little boy. And I know all of these racers. I know quite a few of them, and they are great kids. Just a reminder, folks, if you were a winner yesterday, we have someone that's willing to take your photo. If you won yesterday, here at the winner's circle, Nolan is waiting to take your photo. He really, really wants to. So again, if you were a winner yesterday, please make your way down to the winner's circle so we can get your photo taken. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Rad Torque Systems, Mountain View, Harley Davidson, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. Looks like we'll be going into Sportsman next. Brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps, Sportsman. Seen some pretty cool wraps out there. Brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps. Lots more racing action to come. Quarterfinals of Sportsman coming on up. Always great to see these Sportsman cars because sometimes it's often a junior racer that's aged out of the junior side and heading into Sportsman. Love to see that, that's for sure. Hey, if you're on Facebook, be sure that you have joined the Mission Raceway Park Facebook page for all the latest and greatest. Our social media guru, Jessica, she keeps us all updated, like really, with every event, not only drags, not only boat drags, but everything going down on the Speed Fanatics circuit down at the end and the road course drifting. They've got it all here. Something for everybody. Definitely very cool how many events and the variety of events that we have here at Mission Raceway. Don't forget, this Friday, we have the Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supply. Me and Nolan will be up here and having a great old time with our street legal friends. So if you'd like to race, that is your opportunity. Only $50 and you get a ton of hits, like 4, 5, sometimes 6. We race until the dew sets in. It is a fun old time and a ton of spectators. So bring your friends and come on down this Friday to the Mopac Street Legals. Also Sunday, we've got that Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race. Behind us here, apparently there's a beach, and we can watch drag boats from it. Hey, does it get much cooler than that? Not sure. I heard they used to race here in the 80s, and they're back. So hopefully that'll take off, and a ton of boats will show up. It'll be a great old time. We'll be doing our Summit ET Series Race 6 and 7 on June 3rd and 4th, along with the CMDRA Motorcycle Drag Racing Association joining us. So lots of motorcycles in our next Summit ET Series, number 6 and 7. Moving into Sportsman now. Sportsman, of course, brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps. It's Randy Hermson from Mission. 1958 Olds packing a 371. Dialed in at 1330. So this is a by run, just an uneven amount of cars. So Randy taking this pass and Automatically moving into the next round, the semifinals. Scott Wilson, Tower Side from Ladner, 1981 Chevy station wagon. He calls Charlie Brown, going against Nick Douglas. Scott is dialed in at a 1251. Nick an 1177. Here in Sportsman, quarter mile racing eliminations. It's going to be Nick Douglas, folks, 1177 at 108 miles an hour. Won by a 97 ten-thousandth margin, so very, very close. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes, please. Super Pro and Hot Rod to the lanes. Jim Mantle taking off. He's from Black Creek in that 77 Pacer. Going against Mark Ferguson, the 2002 Firebird. It is Jim Mantle from Black Creek carrying on into the next round of Sportsman. 14.5 to 89 miles an hour. And Mark breaking out 76 thousandths red. Ryan Ledre, 1971 Chevelle. He's from Maple Ridge, going against Roland Lowen. Similar dial-in times. Ryan a 12.45, Roland a 12.87. Double greens, and they're off. Very close. Oh, but Roland Lowen taking it at a 12.87 as Ryan breaks out 43 thousandths red on his dial-in. Roland moving on into the next round, 12.87, 101 off his dial by 36 ten-thousandths. So great race for Roland. He will be moving on in Sportsman. Super Pro and Hot Rod, please make your way to the lanes. Please, Super Pro and Hot Rod, make your way to the lanes. Moving into Pro, we did start with 45 cars in this class. Here is Mr. President, Ralph Ehlers from Mission. 1991 Ford Mustang, he calls the LS Stang. By run for Mr. President Ralph Ehlers. That thing does look like fun. Look, you can be the Prez and you can be a drag racer. I mean, that's pretty awesome, I must say. 10.79, 125 miles an hour for the Prez. Moving on into the next round. Barrichello Tower Lane 1967 Dodge Dart running a 440 sponsored by Ron's Engine and Machine Shop. Going against Craig Johnson. He's from Langley 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust. Craig dialed in at 11.63, John at 11.33. This is Pro Eliminations. Pro sponsored by Bubba Speed Shop. Thank you so much, Bubba Speed Shop, for supporting our pro class. Super close, close. Determined pretty much. Wow, look at this. Craig Johnson, 11.62, 109, 88 thousandths off his dial to the red, but 42 hundredth off the dial for John. So Craig Johnson moving forward in a pro class. Now we've got Dustin Brewington. He would have been going against a Jim Benke, but he had a catastrophic failure with his drive shaft. This is a competition single for Dustin Brewington. Great launch off eyes to the sky. I love that thing. Comes down nice and gentle, though. 10.17, 130 miles an hour. 0096 off his dial, so a great pass. Yeah, his dial-in was 1017. He did a 1017.96, so there you go. Wow. He knows exactly what he is doing, and he is moving into the next round of eliminations in pro. Another reminder, if you won yesterday, we need to take your picture in the winner's circle. We have someone waiting for you. If you were a winner yesterday, please bring your race car over to the winner's circle so we can get your photo. Speaking of photos, if Tony or Jackson Dew is around, we have a photo for you of your race car, and it's really awesome. So Tony or Jackson Dew, if we can see you up here in the tower, we have a little something for ya. Super Pro coming up next, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Semifinals in Super Pro. Jan Christensen in the tower lane in green go. Going against Mike Stewart in the Super Chicklet, sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating. Mike from Langley dialed in at 10:00. Jan an 856 and El Gringo, that's 67 Chevy Nova. So Jan's going to have to be very patient while Mike takes off first in the Lordco lane. And Jan is trucking to beat Mike Stewart right now, and wow, Jan makes it 8.5, 753 miles an hour. The dial-in's an 856, remember, so great racing here right near the dial-in. These eliminations are going to be super tight here, folks. Super Pro and Super Awesome. Super Pro brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Craig Johnson to the staging lanes, please. Craig Johnson to the staging lanes. One more pair in Super Pro, just waiting for our friend Craig Johnson to make his way back to the lanes. Another reminder again, if you were a winner yesterday, please come on down to the winner's circle because we have someone there that wants to take your picture. Bring your winning ride down and we'll take your picture so we can brag about you on social media. And hey, maybe you even want a copy. We can do that for you. Please go and see Nolan at the winner's circle so we can get your photo done. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Auto Group and you can win, win, win. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group for all your help with our sound, video, Lordco TV, just about everything. And they are amazing. Not sure what we would do without them. Also, big thanks to Lordco Auto Parts and TCS Performance Transmission Products. A reminder, we're on 92.7 FM broadcasting live. If you're on your way out, can't wait to see you again at the next NHRA Summit ET Series, number 6 and 7, complete with the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association group. Lots of motorcycles will be at our next race, the June 3rd and 4th one. Of course, street legals this Friday, boat drags this Sunday. So much action happening here at Mission Raceway. Make sure you join us on Facebook because Jessica will let you know what events are happening and when. Last two cars in the Super Pro. Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington on the Tower Lane, 1999 Camaro. He has a 408 LS going against Craig Johnson, a Langley boy racing that 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust. Craig's dial-in, 11.62. Dustin, a 10.17. We'll see who will go through into the next round. Oh, giant liftoff for Dustin. one of our American friends, and look at him trying to chase Craig down. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Double break it off the dial, but Craig breaks out last 75 10,000ths versus Dustin 1400th. So that's Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems. Moving on, I do believe our next round there will be a final round. Awesome. Getting down there with our last remaining vehicles. Moving into Hot Rod, sponsored by Old Car Center. Hot Rod. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need door slammers to the lanes, please. Door slammers to the lanes, please. Rob Monroe, 1969 Acadian in the Tower Lane, dialed in at 10.73. Going against Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, that 1964 Ford Falcon. He says it's Falcon fast. Dustin with the handicap, and he is just hauling to catch up. Who will be moving on into the next round of Hot Rod? It is Dustin Hunter. Robino breaking out 1200ths off his dial. So that Falcon moving on into the next round. John Sayer, Towerside, 1968 Dodge Dart, dialed in at 1186. Going against Rob Hodgson from Mission, 67 Plymouth, dialed in at 1086. So 1 second difference. John will be taken off first in the Tower Lane. $87,000 to the red for John Sayer. Rob Hodgson moving on into the next round of Hot Rod. Randy Hermson here on the Tower side in the Magnet 58 Oldsmobile. Mark Brenzinger from Richmond in the 67 Nova in the Lordco lane. Randy will be leaving first, dialed in at a 13.29. Mark a 9.49. So considerable handicap for Mark. Have to see what happens here between these two, Randy Hermson and Mark Brenzinger. Head start going to Randy and out of time, up in the air, flying, even has his left signal on as he's going down the track. And look at that, it's Mark Brenzinger taking that 9.49, 140 miles an hour. Randy breaking out 43 thousandths of a second off his dial. Wow. Exciting racing action here. I'll tell you, as we get into closer to our semis and our finals, the action certainly does heat up. Great racing action here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Door slammers, please make your way to the lanes, please. Door slammers, make your way to the lanes. Just a reminder while it's quiet here, if you were a winner yesterday, we have someone waiting to take your photos at the winner's circle. So if you were a big winner yesterday, and of course today's winners, we want your photo in the winner's circle. So please make your way over to the winner's circle. Nolan is waiting to take your photo. Tony or Jackson Do, we have a little something for you in the tower. If Tony or Jackson Do are on the property, love you to come up to the tower. Just climb those stairs, and we have a little something for you. Super Combo, sponsored by Lordco. Warren Jacobson, Tower Side from Mission, 1967 Chevy 2, going against Dean Peterson in the 08 Ford, part of the Peterson family racing. Warren Jacobson dialed in at a 1090, Dean a 990. See what happens here in Super Combo.
Top man going to be Warren Jacobson taking the W as Dean Peterson going red on the tree by about 200. That'll bring up the Corvette over here, TCS side, going up against Ron McKenzie in the Vega. Both races take it to the green, but it's going to be a win for Ron McKenzie as the Corvette goes under the dial, went 1085 on the 1090 index. So Ron McKenzie going to move through into the next round. We move into Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Semi-final round. Paul Stretch bringing it up here TCS side. Dialed in at a 7:17. Lane Woolley dialed in at a 7.95 in the 1970 Duster. The Martin Family Machine leads first, and Paul Stretch didn't go. Paul Stretch doesn't leave. Lane Woolley gets a freebie as Paul Stretch problems at the hitch. And Paul Stretch going to slowly crawl his way up to the quarter mile. Tension to the pits, tension to the pits. All junior classes to the lanes. All junior classes, make your way back to the staging lanes. All junior classes, back to the staging lanes. Second and final hit in the semifinal round of Canada West Doorslammers, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Greg Field in the Active Care Auto, Jubilee RV, Akuma Machine Total Turbo, 1969 Opel GT out of Kamloops. Racing Derek Shirk at the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance Bel Air. Field has lucked his way through the first two rounds, but Derek Shirk has been on fire. Will he be able to knock Shirk out? Or will luck finally go Shirk's way? Oh, he deep staged the car. I don't think that's allowed. Not gonna matter anyway. Derek Shirk gets there first, and this time it's no breakout. Greg Field. At long last, the problems become too much, and the Opel GT eliminated in the semifinals. Tough break for the number one qualifier. So it's going to be Lane Woolley and Derek Shirk to face off in the Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sportsman and Pro bracket to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman and Pro, we need you both to the staging lanes. So we get to our first final of the day, other than motorcycle, which finished up hours ago at this point. Junior Street, Peden Industries Junior Street. Our first four-tire final, I think we can say.
It's very hard to see the left lane. Junior Street brought to you by Peden Industries. A final. How exciting. The final in Junior Street. Don't forget, if you have a kid that's between 13 and 16, they too could be in the finals racing with the Junior Street kids. Guess they're not kids, they're teens.
Who's the one of the speculated again? Sorry. Tyler Smith and the Zapstrap Racing 1997 Chevy 1500 going up against Dallas Nassie in the 2000 Civic. Both drivers away on green lights. This is a race for that 8th mile. Smith trying to keep it out in front. And does so. Tyler Smith taking the win in Peden Industries Junior Street.
Congratulations, Tyler Smith.
Wouldn't matter anyway. I know Nancy broke out, but broke out by a quarter second, and Tyler Smith still got there 100th in front. Wouldn't have done anything. You got a thing for sure. So with one junior class through to the final, we now try to set up the finals for the last two junior classes. Thunder and Lightning both in their semifinals, as are majority of our other classes, Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, all in their semis. And I believe Hot Rod as well, unless they're in their final already. I've been outside a good chunk of the day, so, at least this second portion of the day, so haven't really been able to pay too much attention. I know Super Combo's in their final now, I believe. Unless they're not.
They could be, Nolan. It's been a long couple days,
It's
my
a coin
friend.
toss.
I'm pretty sure we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, which is great. Thanks for everybody hanging out with us today. Big thanks to our track officials. It's been quite the weekend here. Our first NHRA Summit ET Series race we've been able to have. Glad it went over, and hey, none of those you-know-whats fell from the sky, so that's great.
And I can remember the last time we had just a regular Summit ET Series race that was this busy. I mean, I know we have ET races at stuff like Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, you know, the CMDRA, not the West Coast Outlaws, the Mission Finals, of course, is a big one. But just a plain points race, nothing special about it. The last time it was this busy must have been, you know, pre-2020, which it's amazing, the fact that we've had this kind of a turnout for just a regular points race.
Yeah, I mean, 2020, that was like 100 years ago, it seems like.
Now, what's it going to be like when we do get to the big events, like Smoke, Fire, Thunder? If it's this busy over there, when we have all of our exhibition classes, we're going to need to push some eliminations into Friday.
You never know, but I just can't wait for those big races. They are so much fun.
Jack Green brings it up TCS side. For the Green Brothers Racing Machine.
So Emily White, Emily is in the Lordco lane, and it's Jack Green here on the TCS side. Emily White, a part of White Lightning Racing Team, sponsored by Pioneer Truck and Trailer. Jack Green having a huge presence as the Green family here in the Junior Street. Semifinal here. Emily off chasing him down. Who will move on? Jack Green, 14.13, 44 miles an hour. Emily breaking out 40 thousandths off the dial. Junior Thunder, Hunter Thompson on the tower side, going against Connor Jackson, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab. Here in the quarterfinals, Junior Thunder racing to the 8th mile. Congratulations to all of you kids. You are all winners. You're all winners in our eyes up here. We are your huge admirers up here in the tower. You guys are our future racers, okay? We know you're going to be in the big times, and we're going to be calling your names in the Sportsman and the Hot Rod and maybe even the Doorslammers. Keep up the good work, kids, and let's cheer on our semifinalists here. Hunter Thompson in the tower side going against Connor Jackson in the Lordco lane.
Thompson going to bump his way fully into the beams. It'll be Connor Jackson will be first. Not by much. Hunter Thompson hot on his heels. Running out to the top end. Going to be a close one, and a breakout for Connor Jackson. Gives it to Hunter Thompson. Went under by about a 10th and a half. Hunter Thompson will face off against Jack Green in the Junior Thunder final.
Junior Lightning's coming up. Semifinals for them too, getting down to the nitty-gritty, folks. Lexi Winterbottom in the Tower Lane, part of Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bow Tie Ventures. Oh, a couple of ladies here in the semi. Going against McKenna Thompson. McKenna dialed in at an 803, Lexi a 790. Great to see so many ladies in the junior class. Big thanks to Peden Industries for taking such good care of our juniors. All right, kids, let's cheer them on. Lexi and McKenna.
Both races away on green balls. McKenna Thompson left first by just over 100th. Breaks out in terms of getting there first. 28,000s under the dial from McKenna Thompson. Lexi Winterbottom will move to the final and will face off against Colton Morin with the bye run. That's one heck of a driver to be going up against in that final round.
Don't forget, all you kids, you are all winners today. And of course, there can only be one winner at the end of the day, but we are very proud of you and all of your parents. Thanks so much for supporting your kids. Here's a bye run for Colton Morin. Sponsored by TDS Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS and Rex Cox. Colton Morin. Colton with the bye run. You'll be going against Lexi in the finals. Don't forget, if you are watching on the live stream or if you are in the crowd and you have kids and you'd like to get them involved in racing, hey, get them away from the screens, get them out into the fresh air, that smell of racing fuel and adrenaline flowing through the body. So good for kids, you know. Colton off. And you'll be meeting Lexi in the final round.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammer finalists. This is your 20-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammer finalists. This is your 20-minute standby call. Sportsman next? Or Hot Rod? Those are Hot Rod.
Sportsman.
Oh, it is Sportsman. The Pacers there. Good call.
Is this a semi?
Yeah, everything else is in the semis. So we continue to work our way through. It'll be Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. I see right behind the water box. You can identify them with the Pacer because a good chunk of those drivers also run in your hot rod category. It is the semi-final round. Randy Hermson in the Big Behemoth Oldsmobile going to be bringing it up first. Eventually.
Big thanks to all our class sponsors: Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Rad Torque Systems, Mountain View, Harley Davidson, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. Thank you so much for sponsoring our classes this weekend. We really appreciate you. Don't forget, this Friday we have the Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's where you can race, so bring your vehicle. And for $50, you can come play on the track. Be a real race car driver. Maybe bring your friends and challenge them to a grudge match. You know, maybe they've been bragging just a little too much. And you just got to show them, no, your car is junk. No, yeah. And you can prove it on the track, folks. Friday Night Street Legals this Friday. Come and join us.
Well, 20 minutes has changed its definition in the last minute. So we're going to make that, how about a 1 second standby call for Doorslammers? And on that note, Doorslammers, we need you to the staging lanes. Doorslammers, we need you back to the staging lanes as soon as humanly possible. You know, they say time is subjective. It's an illusion.
A 1 second warning?
Time is a concept, you know?
It's all in the mindset.
I mean, let's be real. Who actually decided that 1 second would be exactly as it was for 1 second? Why isn't 1 second equal to 2 seconds?
Just wait a second, Nolan.
You just made my brain buffer.
One Mississippi.
You've unironically just broken me by saying that.
Oh, sorry. I don't mean to break anyone here. I'm so sorry, Nolan. Semifinals in Sportsman. Brought to you by Vancouver Car Wrap. Sportsman, Randy Hermson from Mission 1958, Olds in the Tower Lane, going against Roland Lowen in that 55 Meteor. Here are a couple big old cars, big old cool cars, junk in their trunk. These are the ones that you used to take to the drive-in and you could fit 8 people in there. You get in for the price of 2, have 8 in the trunk. See, when you're born in 2001, you don't know about drive-ins and sneaking in the trunk. Randy Hermsen and, Ronald Lowen. Unfortunately, a situation for him in his Meteor. A big red light for Roland, and it's Randy Hermsen moving on, 13.53, 86 miles an hour.
That'll bring up Jim Mantle and Nick Douglas, the 1977 Pacer, going up against the 68 Dodge Dart. Pacer going to leave first out at a 14.51. Nick Douglas leaves second at 11.74. Mantle's off and away on a green light, as is Douglas. The Dart trying to run down Jim Mantle. Advantage on the tree goes to Douglas. I count that to a race win. Just 0.03 of a second off of the dial. Jim Mantle, 45 thousandths off, but it was under the dial. And breaking out for the Pacer, going to put Douglas into the final against Randy Hermsen.
Yeah, that guy's got it totally dialed in. Nick Douglas, boy oh boy, close to his dial in time. That's what we want here in bracket racing. Moving into the pro class, Bubba's Speed Shop sponsoring this class. This is a semi-final. Oh, look who we got here. Mr. President Ralph Ehlers for Mission 1991 Ford Mustang called the LS Stang, going against Craig Johnson from Langley 1984 Olds Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Got Mr. President in the Lordco lane going against Craig Johnson. Who will it be moving into the finals?
So just to clarify, if the BCCCA president wins this at a BCCA track, it is in fact rigged, is what we're going with, correct? That's just so we can get our story straight on this one.
Now, I don't know, he's going to have to earn it here against Craig Johnson. Bulbs lit. Double green. Can Mr. President get around Craig Johnson? Dun, dun, dun.
Double breakout. Craig Johnson, though, the least worst offender. So Ralph Ehlers went 12 hundredths under the dial-in. Johnson was just 2. So that's going to give Craig Johnson the move into the final against Dustin Brewington at the 1999 Camaro. But hey, Ralph Ehlers, he made it pretty far in the Fox Body Mustang.
He did. He's the man, the Prez. By run for Dustin Brewington here. He will be meeting Craig Johnson in the final round. Should be very exciting. Doorslammers, you should be making your way to the lanes. Doorslammers should be making your way to the lanes.
Mark Bresinger bringing it up at the out-of-time Nova as we move into the Old Car Center Hot Rod semifinals. Rob Hodgson bringing it up in the Plymouth, 949 to a 1084. One of these racers will be facing off against Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon in the last round of the day for Old Car Center Hot Rod.
Wow, this is super exciting. All 3 of these cars here, amazingly fast, great drivers. I can't wait to see who's going to take on the out-of-time, or out of the...
Oh boy.
The Falcon, I mean, oh my goodness, look at this.
Wait for it. Double breakout, Mark Bresinger taking it home. Got the advantage on the tree. 5,000th reaction time to 800th for Rob Hodgson. And the double breakout, Hodgson, the worst offender, 20 thou under the dial-in compared to Mark Bresinger's 15 under.
So it's going to be out of time Nova against its Falcon Fast, yo. So cool. Bye run for Dustin Hunter here. Dustin and Mark going to the finals here in Hot Rod. Hot Rod sponsored, of course, by Old Car Center. Thank you so much to the Old Car Center sponsoring the Hot Rod class.
Super Combo also in their final or semi-final, or are they seeing them right now?
Wow, it sure is amazing racing action when we get to those semis and the finals. Just, I don't know, it's incredible. I'm just a lonely Street Legals announcer, and here in the big times now, it's very, very impressive. Also, you know what impressed me the most were the juniors, to be honest. Juniors, you guys are so amazing. Great drivers there in all of the junior classes. Way to go, all of you juniors. Can't wait to see their finals coming up a little later.
I can see sitting just behind us, or just behind the timing tower here, the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo Final. Looks to be two of the drivers that were running that Super Street 1090 index, the Super Gas index. A few drivers. There's usually like a very small handful that try it every single race, and it never works out for them. Something about just having the different dial-in than everybody else. It just doesn't track, which is interesting because I remember one of those cars, the green Mustang, tends to kind of flip-flop between 1090 and 990. Usually it's better when he's in the 1090 index.
Isn't that odd?
I think it's just the fact that you leave at the same time, right? So it's a bit easier to kind of judge where things are at, kind of when their opponent's right next to you, because that's one thing that they do often. That's why Super Gas cars are such an open cockpit, so they can kind of look around a bit more and see where your opponent's at to kind of judge how well you're doing in comparison to them. You're on the same dial-in, so it's usually pretty easy to judge that just by sight alone.
Yes, true enough, for sure. And Super Combo, super awesome class, I must say. Those throttle delays, some people love them, some people hate them. I'm in the love category. We see you in the winner's circle and we're making our way over to you to take your photo.
Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2 will race Ron McKenzie in the Vega.
This is a final in Super Combo sponsored by Lordco. Our friend from Washington here up against a local resident from Mission. How exciting is this? Doesn't get better. Finals in the Super Combo.
Ron McKenzie, Warren Jacobson, both staged in. Both drivers on green lights. That's about as close as it gets. Hightailing up towards the top end. McKenzie trying to get back around Warren Jacobson. Jacobson's 1 thou better on the tree. Gonna translate that to a race win. Warren Jacobson takes it away. Ron McKenzie will be going home. Jacobson, your winner in Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo.
Congratulations to Warren winning the final in Super Combo. Congratulations, sir, and well done to Ron McKenzie. Coming up from Ferndale, Washington, we always love to have our American friends up here joining us racing. Thank you so much. I mean, making it to the finals, pretty darn cool. All right, just a reminder, if you won yesterday or if you've won today, we want to take your picture in the winner's circle as we are doing right now for one of our fine winners. If you are a winner, bring your vehicle. We want to take your picture and brag all about you. Winner circle pictures, one of a kind. All right, we're going to be rolling into our Doorslammers class. Just like to thank all of the Canada West Doorslammer Association's 2023 association sponsors. Big one is Winter Harbor Marina and RV. In Winter Harbor, BC, thank you so much for your dedication to the Canada West Doorslammers. Big thanks to Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. That is a VP Race fuel distributor, so talk to Jason Field up right here in Mission if you need some racing fuel. Also thanks to Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Of course, big thanks to our class sponsors, Vancouver Car Wraps, Bubba Speed Shop, Rad Torque Systems, Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports, Old Car Center, Peden Industries, and Lordco. Couldn't do this without our sponsors, so thank you very much. If you would like to be a class sponsor or just a part of the family here sponsoring drag racing or even drifting or road courses, please contact us on our website, missionracewaypark.com. Big hi to everybody on the live stream watching us. Hope to see you down here at the racetrack at your soonest convenience. It's always a great time out here. We had a huge race weekend. So many cars. Just alone in pro, there were 45 cars just in that one class. And here we are back at the nitty-gritty finals coming up. Doorslammers up next. And boy, they've been a sight to see as well. Do believe Derek Shirk, owner of Titanium Auto Strip, is involved in the finals in the Doorslammers, so that should be super exciting. We had our president get into the final of his race too. And it's been a great day. And I also wonder how Justin Bond did in Chicago, our pro mod vice president. We'll have to catch up on NHRA TV and check it out. The NHRA ET Series, ET Summit Series, race number 5, almost coming to an end. Don't forget, this Friday, the Friday Night Street Legal is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. And Sunday, May the 28th, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race. That should be some fun. So come on down, let's sit on the beach and watch some drag boat action. Our next ET Summit Series race, number 6, will involve the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. So a ton of bikes, June 3rd and 4th. We will be hosting them for our Summit ET Series race 6 and 7. Of course, we have the big ones, Door Wars, presented by Titanium Auto Group, June 29th to July the 2nd. TNT West Coast Classic, July 28th to 30th. The Langley Loafers Old Time Drags featuring the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw Pro Mod, and so much more. That is August 4th to 6th. And of course, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco, August 24th to 27th. Just a reminder for Tony or Jackson Dew, we have something up here in the tower for you. So if you have a moment to collect that, it's still up here in the tower. Tony or Jackson Dew, we have something for you in the tower. Super Pro Final coming up next, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. So exciting getting to all these finals. These racers have been racing all day and making it through their eliminations, and finally, this is it. For all the glory, the final round coming up. So don't forget, if you need your picture taken, if you're a big winner, you need your picture taken in the winner's circle, just bring your vehicle over there and we can spot you from the tower. We'll come down and take your photo. We really want to take your photo so we can brag about you and put you on social media, make you a star. Jackson Dew. They make whatever. Because he's here. You want. Jackson Dew is here?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All finalists back to the staging lanes. If you're still in competition, make your way back to the staging lanes. Craig Johnson in the Johnson Customs exhaust. Cutlass going to be racing against Jan Christensen in the El Gringo Nova.
This is the race that I've been waiting to watch here. This is going to be super exciting. Is it going to be Craig? Is it going to be Jan? Who is it going to be?
Craig Johnson trying to sweep the weekend. Take 2 for 2 in the opening 2 races.
Well, I don't think that Jan will be taken that easily. Jan will be going for the gold here.
Johnson dialed in 11:59 to the 8:55 for Christensen in the Lordco lane.
Final in Super Pro, brought to you by Rad Torque Systems.
Mile correction on the dial and moving from an 11:59 to an 11:58 for Craig Johnson here, TCS side.
Super exciting here. Craig and Jan gonna battle it out. Finals of the Super Pro.
Johnson stages up, as does Christensen. Both drivers fully staged. Jay Christensen off on a green light, trying to hunt down Craig Johnson, closing at the 1,000 foot. Got him! Jan Christensen takes the Super Pro victory for Rad Torque Systems. Craig Johnson breaking out by 17 fouls.
Wow, congratulations, Jan Christensen. What a race car driver there. Bad break for Craig, but you know, you can't sweep the whole weekend when you have Jan standing by. Oh no, Super Pro final, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Wow, pretty exciting in the finals here in this bracket racing division. Amazing. Just a whole lot different from street legals, isn't it? Street legals, they just want to go as fast as they can and win. But these guys, they've got to have that dial in. It makes it so tricky.
Yes. That's what I've always for. Derek Shirk
Doorslammers coming up next. Final race. Big thanks to the Canada West Doorslammer sponsors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Thank you so much for being Canada West Doorslammers Association's 2023 sponsors. This is super exciting. I know Nolan's been waiting for this final. This is the one that he wants to see, the Doorslammers. The owner of Titanium Auto Group, Derek Shirk, one of our competitors. And don't they have the kind of very cool tow vehicle here, this little Mini?
It's the one tow vehicle, I think, that isn't a golf cart in this field.
I like it.
Engines firing up behind the timing tower. Derek Shirk brings it up into the TCS lane. In ye old Bel Air. Dialed in at a 720. His opponent dialed at a 717. Just about a heads-up race. Only 0.03 of a second will separate them when their trees come down. Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, and JS Performance represented left lane. Mid-Island Engines and the Cavalier being represented in the right lane. Paul Stretch gets set to do battle. Shirk's already ready to stage that car in. Paul Stretch slowly backing his way down. And in fact, Shirk was a bit too far forward. So backs it up. Now he's ready to start to stage it up.
Doorslammer's final round. Here it is, folks. We've been waiting all day for this. Who will be the champion of today's NHRA ET Race Series number 6?
Season opener for the Canada West Doorslammer. Shirk's fully staged. Stretch fully staged. They're green. Heads up race all the way out to the quarter mile. Closing in. Give it to Paul Stretch. Taking it by 0.02 of a second over Derek Shirk.
Wow, Nolan, super excited, and so are we. Congratulations to Paul Stretch from Duncan, all the way from the island. Congratulations, sir. Sponsored by Mid-Island Engines. Paul Stretch, the winner of the Doorslammers here at Mission Raceway. Congratulations. 191.16 miles an hour for both of them. That's fantastic. Look at that. Wow. 25 ten-thousandths of a difference, of a margin between these guys. Wow.
With the 300th of a second difference on the starting tree. So that one was won right out of the gate.
All right, we're doing a test pass here, and after that we're going to head into our juniors final rounds. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning. Who will be the winner here in the juniors at the ET Summit Race Series number 5? Test pass here for the dragster.
So as the dragster encounters tech problems, we need car A823. That is Alpha 823. Back to your car, please. Alpha 823 in pro bracket. We need you back to your car, please. And we're going to hit up Craig Johnson as well. Craig Johnson, we also need you to the staging lanes in pro bracket. Craig Johnson, bring out that nice looking cutlass for us one more time.
All right, looks like the dragster's having some problems at the line. Super unfortunate. We are going to have to move on. with our finals.
Oh, yeah. Feel free to grab your trophies and I'll send the checks through the mail.
So coming up next is what?
I think it's going to be...
Unfortunately, that dragster unable to make that test pass, but we know that they'll work on that part of the Titanium Racing Group. Boy, they sure do sponsor a lot of cars. Glad to have the Titanium Auto Group here, of course, racing on the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceways. Final in Sportsman. Sportsman sponsored by Vancouver Car Wraps. So exciting getting down to these final rounds. This is it for the glory, for the guts, for the bragging rights here. And of course for the points. It's all about the points here at the NHRA Summit ET Series. Randy Hermson, Towerside. For Mission, the 58 olds dialed in at 13.29. Nick Douglas, been on his game as well. 11.73, dialing on that 68 dart. The final, race into the quarter mile in Sportsman, brought to you by Vancouver Car Wraps. First set of bulbs lit. Waiting for Randy. Here we go. Handicap goes to Nick. Double greens. Here we go. The win in Sportsman going to Randy. Going to Nick Douglas. Sorry, a double breakout. Nick Douglas breaking out 0.0510. Randy 0.0515. That is how close it is. 73/10,000ths of a margin for that win for Nick Douglas. Congratulations.
5/10,000ths was the difference between the breakout numbers and, of course, Douglas, the lesser offender. We roll to the hot rod final where Mark Bresinger and the out-of-time Nova get set to race Dustin Hunter's Ford Falcon.
It's Falcon fast. Let's not forget that. It's been all day, both these cars. Final in Hot Rod. Hot Rod brought to you by Old Car Center. Final round for these two. We have excited tower officials jumping up and down to see who will be the winner of Hot Rod. Two very cool cars. Out of time. Falcon fast. Who will it be? The Chevy or the Ford?
Dustin Hunter races up to the quarter mile and gets him on the tree. Mark Bresinger was a good 10th down on the tree. He tried to go under the dial and stay in front, but even then, Dustin Hunter still bested him. So proving once again that Falcon is fast.
Falcon fast. Congratulations, Dustin Hunter, our winner of the Summit ET Series number 5 in Hot Rod.
And that'll bring it on up for the final in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Craig Johnson. The Johnson Customs Exhaust. 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass on the racing Dustin Brewington. Down to the 1999 Camaro.
Final round in Pro, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. Craig Johnson, double classing, returning to the final round here, so you know he wants this one badly. Craig Johnson, Dustin Brewington in the final Pro class.
Both races away on green lights. The Camaro carrying the front wheels. Dustin Brewington trying to chase him down. Closing. Not closing. Does catch him. Double breakout. Dustin Brewington takes that one. Only 6 thousandths under the dial-in. Craig Johnson, 18 thou under. Johnson got there first. He didn't have to push it.
Wow, that was crazy. Craig Johnson, a 0081 reaction time. Still Dustin taking it, boy. Amazing racing action. The finals in the Pro done for this Summit ET Race Series number 5. Now, I really thought it would have been Craig the way he took off like that at the line, but no, it's not Craig Johnson's day. Definitely these finals making the old girl up here's heart pump. Wow. Some great racing action here. Now I can't wait to see what the juniors can do. The amazing juniors. Wow, you guys have been so great all weekend. All of you kids. Absolutely incredible. I can just imagine when you're at school and you're like, oh yeah, I was racing my dragster. Yeah, you know, I won. I won in my class, and yo, see my trophy? Yeah, right? You are super cool. Super cool juniors. We have the best juniors in the world here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We also have the best parents. Best parents in the whole wild world. Kids, you make sure you hug your mom and dad for supporting you here all the way to the finals. Jack Green in the tower lane. Hunter Thompson. Well, Hunter's in the tower lane. Jack in the Lordco lane. Now, Hunter's dial-in is an 893. Jack, a 14 even. This is the final round of Junior Thunder. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Hunter? Or is it going to be Alex? What do you think, kids? Make sure you cheer on your favorite racer. Final round here, Junior Thunder racing to the 8th mile, sponsored by Peden Industries. It's going to be Jack, going to be Hunter. Make some noise, kids. Woohoo! Jack getting away first, and it's up to Hunter to chase him down. Can he do it? Hunter Thompson, your winner for today in the Junior Thunder. double breakout. Hunter breaks out less. Congratulations, Hunter Thompson. Congratulations to Team Green. All of you are absolutely amazing racers, and I just love how you're supporting everybody else. Junior Lightning now, final round. Colton Morin, Towerside, sponsored by TDS, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS, and Rex Cox. He's dialed in at a 794. Lexi Winterbottom, part of Hobo Racing, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures. Colton Morin, Towerside, Lexi Winterbottom, Lordco side, Colton Towerside. Who's it going to be, folks? You kids, you better be cheering on who you think is going to win. Final round on the titanium strip. Junior Lightning, sponsored by Peden Industries. Lexi's got one bulb lit. Colton bumping up. Nice staging etiquette here. Lights are lit. And they're off. Let's cheer them on, kids. Colton and Lexi. It's a tight race. Who will be the winner? Going to Lexi Winterbottom. Part of Hobo Racing. Congratulations to Lexi, Colton, to everybody, all of our racers here. 3,000 off her dial. So she had a great race. Congratulations. Don't forget to come down to the winner's circle so we can take your photos. Also be sure to come and get your runner-up and your winner's trophies. They're up here in the tower. We're looking forward to congratulating you and giving you your trophy. So again, our winners, please make your way to the winner's circle. The checks are going out in the mail, trophy pickup in the tower, but we want to take your photo because you are amazing. Woohoo! Junior, sponsored by Peden Industries. Thank you so much. Looks like that wraps up this Summit ET Series race number 5. Big thanks to everybody, all the racers, juniors, everybody. Thank you so much for participating in this NHRA Summit ET race series. We will see you again June 3rd and 4th, along with our Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. Should be a great next race. Big thanks to all of our track officials. It's been a long couple days, and look at you made it. What a great race it was. Again, thank you so much. On behalf of myself, Nolan, the tower staff, and all of the staff here at Mission Raceway, I'd like to thank you very much. Have a safe drive home and enjoy the rest of your long weekend. Thank you so much for spending your weekend with us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. If Tony or Jackson Dew is still on the property, Tony or Jackson Dew, please come to the tower. We have something for you. Tony or Jackson Dew. Also, don't forget to get your picture taken in front of the winner's circle. I see a bunch of big winners getting their photos taken. Congratulations to all our winners. We do want your photo, so please make your way to the winner's circle. As well, if Tony or Jackson Dew is on the property still, please come on up to the tower. We have something for you, and you're going to like it.